All right, I guess we can get started. Let me check stream conditions and audio levels. I'm pretty excited to get this done today. That's the hopes anyway. Hopefully the audio sounds a little bit better and louder than last time. I think everything looks good, no drop frames. So, well, 302 dropped frames. Why is that? I will keep an eye on it. But otherwise, I guess let's get into it. Welcome to the stream. Today the hopes is to be able to finish off this guy, the Fysetc Voron V0.2r1 Pro kit. I think this is the 1.1 or 2.1 version of the kit. It's got the new version of the catalyst board. So far I've been enjoying the build process. There's a couple spots where I found it a little lacking in terms of written documentation, but they do have videos up on most of the process. But yeah, really liking the electronics. I think I mentioned that last time, that the electronics bay is super clean in comparison to some of the two other Voron V0 builds that I did, just with that single board back there. And the CNC kind of skeletonized x-axis is another interesting point. They've got that Triangle Labs type Hotend in there, which heats up really fast and looks pretty good. So as folks pop into the chat, please let me know how things are going. I'm going to keep my eye on the chat over there just to see if I notice anyone making any comments about the audio and stuff like that. So as you come in, let me know how that sounds. Let's see, last stream we got everything set up in terms of the clipper install. I will say I did mess up on part of the clipper install by flashing onto the SD card. So apparently this board has an eMMC chip where that's where it stores the majority of the actual system. So it's not based on the SD card. I think the SD card, from what I can tell, is just for like G-code files and stuff like the output of your resonance tests and stuff like that you can put on that, and otherwise it's not really used for much. So don't follow the process I did for flashing the card. I do plan on putting up a video about how to flash reflash this, because there seems to be a little bit of confusion from the instructions and the comments in Discord. But yeah, I was able to get it done. Still haven't gotten the Wi-Fi hooked up, so we're still got the hardwire Ethernet cord here. There used to be a script on the old image that would automatically set up the Wi-Fi. You like run the script and it asks you for an SSID and a password, I assume, passphrase, and it would automatically set that up. That doesn't seem to be on the new image, and following the instructions that they have on there so far, I haven't gotten it to work yet. So not a problem while we have it here, but once I kind of get it on the shelf next to some of my other printers, I definitely want that running on the Wi-Fi. Yeah, so off stream I reflashed this guy, and so far so good in terms of the reflash not having any problems. I've installed some stuff like clipper backup on this guy, and a couple other things via Kiowa. I upgraded clipper on everything, so the clipper running on the host, the clipper running on the MCU, the clipper running on the Toolhead board are all the most up to date as of I think last Friday. So I'm pretty happy with that process. I definitely think needs a video to kind of go along and explain some things with it. Otherwise, off stream, I've just kind of been preparing for some stuff in terms of like getting these LEDs almost all the way set up to be installed. I created this kind of little pigtail, so you can see there are essentially the yellow wire is data, the black is obviously ground, and the red is 5 volts. And typically I run all of my kind of chamber LEDs in series. series, and today I'm going to try running them in parallel. The idea being that I'm never going to want these to run independently in a sequence. They're always going to kind of be mirrored. So I think I saw Chris from Chris's living room workshop or workbench. He's the developer of Octo app. He runs his chamber LEDs in parallel, and they seem to work out well. So I just kind of double crimped these wires into a single JST crimp and made one a little bit longer so that it can reach a little bit further. Brent Ferguson, welcome to the stream. The goal today is to be able to finish this guy off. Well, evening all from Texas. I want to go back to Texas. I went to Texas for the this past summer, and it was hot, but it was pretty cool. I liked it. It stopped off at like 2 different Buc-ee's. I felt like that was necessary. I was in Fort Worth for most part. And then off stream, I also kind of got ready in terms of looking at the pin out on the catalyst board to figure out where we're going to hook up our LEDs. They actually have a dedicated NeoPixel port. And then also, I initially kind of set up the Orbiter filament mod, which is my combination of a Orbiter filament runout sensor and the Irby upper rear Bowden inlet from Maple Leaf Makers. So we're going to do the rest of the configuration for that and hopefully do some testing to make sure that works. Down Under Maker, hello. Welcome from the future. What time is it in Australia right now? Still waiting to see the Buc-ee's themes build. Yeah, I'm glad you remember that. I haven't reached out to Cybor yet. I'm hoping to do their kit. They're kind of the last remaining kit of the big 4. So I think it would make sense to build their kit, stream it, do a review on it, and you know, kind of comment on the differences between the kits. I did go ahead and serialize my my LDO V0. Reddit, and was pleasantly surprised with some of the kind of comments on that video that I posted. Let me see. So here's my serial request. You can see I've got 2 up there now. The V0.3207 is the form bot, and the new one is the 3976, which is the LDO build. So yeah, I got a lot of thumbs up on that post, and one thing I was really excited to see is that a lot of people were just commenting on how much my form bot build series helped them with their kit and the GitHub. So really happy to see that, you know, folks are seeing a benefit. So I posted all the kind of mods and stuff that I did for that build in my V0 request, and then I also have it set up in the Voron DB, which I think is a cool effort. I think the folks behind Maple Leaf Makers are responsible for this, but you can post your Voron builds and kind of go around and see other people's and get inspiration, see what different stuff. Oh, I'm not signed in, but you can see what other people are, you know, are building, and see all of your printers, which is kind of cool. It's like a little database, I guess it makes sense. But it's really nice for sharing and kind of seeing what other folks in the community are doing. And they do link up to, I think, the mods in terms of the official user mods. That, you know, Voron keeps track of. You can, if you've done one of those mods, you can kind of list it on here. You can list your colors and all that kind of stuff. So cool project. If you haven't put your Voron build on there and want to kind of show it off, I definitely recommend doing that. Okay, so as for today, I want to start off by getting these LEDs and the Orbiter sensor filament runout sensor in there so that I can start to do the panels. I didn't want to do the panels before putting the LEDs on because I've just found that it kind of helps to have the side panels off. So we're going to do that first. Keeping an eye on drop frames and quality. If anybody notices any weird spikes or lags, let me know. But we need to do some threaded inserts. So let me get that set up. and I will start recording on all my cameras. I hope to do kind of a cool montage eventually. So these are the kind of pop-in things for the LED strips. These are the diffuser mounts by Maple Leaf Makers. I don't actually have the diffuser printed because I don't have a printer big enough to print them in one piece. Right now, what I usually print them on is the Prusa MK3S, and I've got the Hotend pulled out on that because I plan on swapping it over to a Revo in the very near future. So, can you guys hear the music at all? I'm trying to turn it up so that it's not overbearing, but audible. But we need to put some threaded inserts in these guys. So let me get this guy heated up. And get my threaded inserts out. 3D Experiments, welcome. Out and about, so just wanted to say hello. Thanks for stopping in. The goal is to finish the build today, and maybe I'll do another stream where I do a few other mods. I do want to put in probably another MF Nano. I really like the MF Nano over the Nevermore, just for its compact size and kind of ease of installation. So I'm probably going to do another custom MF Nano and put it in here like I did on the LDO build. But yeah, we want to get all the panels and top hats on. But enjoy your outing. Stay warm. I assume you're in the US where it's been pretty cold. So let's get our threaded inserts out. We need 4 of them while the soldering iron continues to heat up. Yeah, it's cold. We had a real bad cold spree. It looked like, if you've ever seen the Band of Brothers when they're in Bastogne and they're getting artillery shelled, like you could go around some of the neighborhoods and so many trees had just like snapped off huge like whole branches and boughs, and it was just like blocks and blocks. Right now, as you drive up the main street to get into my neighborhood, it just looks like it's like everybody just chopped down 4 trees in their yard. It's pretty nuts. So let's see if you can get a good view of the threaded inserts. I'm running it off of USB-C with I think it's a 65 watt GAN USB adapter. It takes a little while to heat up. I might look into using the actual barrel jack, because I think I've heard people mention that it heats up a bit faster when you do it that way. I actually want to turn it up to like 300. Trying to let the soldering iron do the work and not press down too hard. That was a piece of advice I got during the build. I've been debating on building a stealth press, I think it's called. Iconic Mods, I think, is the purveyor and developer of that mod. It's kind of an overbuilt, it's got, you know, like a linear rail and a key back and instead of ballast. Maybe I can put this one in my garage and have that one as an alternative. But we were actually done with this guy, so I'm just gonna unplug it. I don't think we need any more threaded inserts for this entire build. And then these guys. So I really like the Maple Leaf Makers mounts for these. You just screw them on through the front before putting on the diffuser. I think it needs like M3x6. 1, 2, 3, 4. You do need to pay attention, these models. So I actually printed this guy on the V0, and there's a sliced mod version of it to fit on the V0 bed. I just didn't like the way it looked when you printed the diffuser in 2 pieces because it kind of created this visible line. So I'm gonna wait until the preset is back up and running with the new Revo, and then print that out of PETG. I've got some pretty translucent PETG I use for most of my diffusers. I believe this uses USB up to the tool head is the way it's connecting the SB, the Manta. No, what is this called? Catalyst. Manta is the Victory Tech version, if I recall correctly. But yeah, I think this is using USB instead of CAN. I do think I'm going to end up putting CAN on my FormBot, kind of just for the fun of it, not because I think a V0 necessarily needs CAN. It's such a short run, but the expanded I/O that you can get from it and some of the other kind of elements I think would be beneficial to have. I want to do some cool stuff with the tool head. On the FormBot build. I want to put a dragon burner on there with the Peopoly, what is it called? The Lancer, I think, tool head, which is kind of like a Sherpa, no, an orbiter. But they've got a filament runout sensor on the tool head, and it needs a lot of I/O for like LEDs, 2 G-code buttons, and some other stuff. So I think I will put CAN on the FormBot build. All right, so these will hopefully snap up into this side. These profiles are a little bit different than a lot of the other ones, but they're supposed to pressure fit. Will they? Or are they too different? Kind of testing them out on this top rail. Yeah, they do snap in. It can be a little frustrating getting out. Okay, so we need to partially depin this guy. And then pass the depinned wires through. Which apparently this wasn't completely in there correctly. So I've got a set of tweezers I always use for depinning, and it seems to work out well. I know there is a depinning tool made by like the same company that makes the microfit depinner. But with JST, just about any sharp object usually is pretty good enough to, not even sharp, just small. Is the audio at a pretty good level in terms of my voice? And can you guys hear the music at all? I like to have some music. I know some people mention that they prefer having their own music playing, but I do kind of like it for the vibes. Hey, Don't Knock It. Thanks for hopping in. I'm glad you're here too. I have the same LEDs on both my V0. I put one under the rails and the other printer, it's over the rails. I think under makes too many shadows. Interesting. I put them all under. I have seen people put them up here and then tilt them down onto the bed a little bit. So I might look into that. The Shrimp Father, aka Martin, welcome. No music, but you're good. Let me turn it up a tad bit more. Hey Andrew, welcome to the stream. I can hear your voice, but with the printer fans, not much else. But that's on you. Gotcha. Yeah, this I think ModBot did a video on the older version of this catalyst board with the Toolhead, and they've updated it to like this V2 and made some changes. So now on the old version, there used to be a third or fourth stepper on here, but now the stepper's integrated onto this USB Toolhead board, and they've moved a lot of stuff off of here and up there. There used to be a Molex connector going between them, kind of like a catalyst or a picobilical. I need to screw this on. I just noticed I unscrewed it. But now they have like this custom USB cable, which is interesting. Let's depin this other side. Does anybody have that same depinning tool that Steve has? Is it worth it? Is it like fast and consistent? Because the only thing I would kind of want it as is just a little bit more ease, and not doing that. I just pulled that crimp out. Cleaner look with the custom white cable, definitely. So I still got to get this crimp out and re-crimp it. Of course, now it comes out, I guess, with a bad crimp, so at least it's failing now and not later on. I've got a little notebook where I took notes on all the pin orders, so hopefully that will come in handy. Let's get another JST crimp and these Engineer Precision crimpers. Crimping ain't easy. Oh, along those lines, I don't know if I've shown this to you guys, but I buy a lot of these. You can get them on AliExpress in all sorts of lengths, colors. You can get multicolored packs. You can get double-ended, and they're pre-crimped wires. So they have JST, XH, PH, ZH, all the different ones that you want. I think ModBot actually just bought some for working on his EB Toolhead board, if I recall correctly, but I love these. I like getting the double-ended crimped ones and then cutting it in half or at some length, and then you kind of get 2 for 1 if you need to solder it onto something or do whatever. But I love these. I use these a lot for sim racing custom steering wheels and just making wiring a whole lot faster because, you know, Narrow Connect Creator says crimping ain't easy. So hop tip on those, if you just go on AliExpress and search for pre-crimped JST, they have some on Amazon's, but they tend to come in the little white containers, and it's like, you know, 1,200 pieces or something like that. I prefer just those giant bags. It's awesome as long as you have the right size, yeah. But I do kind of, so with these shorter ones are longer ones that I cut in half and then re-crimped on that side. So it can cut your crimping in half in many cases at the very least. So I always crimp the conductor first, get it good, and then do the insulator. And then sometimes when I crimp it a little bit too hard, it'll have a hard time fitting into the housing. So I'll just come in and kind of just squeeze that side just a tiny bit to make it a little bit more skinnier. Hopefully you guys can see that. But now we need to take all the long ends and pass them through into the printer bay. So these wires, these long ones, are going to go to the left-hand side, and then the shorter ones are going to go to the right-hand side because the RGB connector is on this side. So let me switch back to this is our main camera. Up a little bit. So it's going to come off of the RGB connector here. It's we're shut down at the moment, and go behind the motor, and there's since there's a channel right here, that's the main reason I think I've mounted them on the bottom most of the time, is because this channel makes it easy to get the wires in there and hide them. When you mount them up top, you've got to find a way to route them. I've seen people like have a little hole in their PCB top piece right here, and then they'll route the wires. I think just for it being easy and a slight bit cleaner is the only reason I really chosen to mount them down here. So I don't know if you can see that at all, but I'm passing them through, and then I'm going to have to take my tweezers and get them fully pulled out. This makes it so you don't have to put a hole in this panel at all. Black one did not want to go in. And then if you need to run these in series with another pair, then there is an out pin on the it's a little finicky, but there's an out pin that you can run back through here, and then you can send that data out to the data in of another set of RGB LEDs, which I might do for the skirts. So it's like we've got our yellow coming out. Is that visible? Let me kind of fold it. No, that crimp came off. I'm terrible at crimping apparently. Is that the one I just crimped? A short yellow? Live stream ad. So, hey Jack, let me know what you guys, I leave all the defaults on right now for monetization. I think I heard Steve mentioning that what he typically does is, so keep in mind, I have YouTube Premium, so I don't get ads, so I don't know how aggressive they are on streams and like what the status quo is right now for people doing them. So if they are annoying, let me know, and I can either turn them down or turn them off for the live portion, and then maybe turn them back on, because there's not a lot of money coming in from the monetization of these live streams, but it does kind of help the channel. So a lot of these mods and stuff I buy is done through the little bit of AdSense that we get from the monetization. So looking for feedback on that, Andrew. If they, if you start getting them like 2 or 3 times within an hour or something like that, let me know. Hey, Alex Moreno, thank you for the gifted subs. 10 gifted subs. That's probably going to be everybody in here, plus a few people who aren't. Brave browser, hadn't heard of that one. I know, like I've used Firefox and Opera, and then there's like a gamer-oriented browser. I haven't heard of Brave browser. Let's see if I can crimp this correctly this time. What size do you guys typically use for a, I don't even know what gauge wire this is. It is 26 AWG. Yes, if you received a gifted sub, be sure to thank Alex. Coming in big with the 10 gifted. Cool, no worries. Steve and Canuck Creator have a few more attendees. I'm willing to tough it out for you for a monetary gain. It's not much of a monetary gain. So that's why I'd totally be willing to turn it off for the live stream. I just left it on the default settings and then figured somebody would give me some feedback. Jack, I use Vivaldi for normal browsing. I never got a YouTube ad on that until 6 months ago. I downloaded it and used Brave only for YouTube viewing. Again, and don't get ads. Gotcha. I mean, my videos tend to do much more in terms of total views. Most of the people watching the live streams are either here live and or watching the VOD because they are building the same printer and are just trying to like watch back and see what I did. But in the beginning of the stream, I did go and show where a number of people had chimed in on my serial post that they found the streams really helpful, and that was pretty cool to see. So let's do a tug test on all of these. That should be a pretty good crimp. I definitely noticed after I've put the crimp in the housing and taken it out a couple of times, that's when they tend to fail. Maybe I will just do it on this side at first to make it easy to pass them through, and then I'll have to tuck them behind the motor. Hopefully you guys can see those wires coming through. Got my big head getting in the way. Just need to fish these other two guys out. I kind of wish that was a member benefit, that maybe members just don't receive ads. I feel like Twitch does that for subscribers. Seems like a reasonable perk. But yeah, I don't do this for a living. I do this for fun, more so to have people in here with me while I'm building stuff. So the money isn't like hugely important. I'd say it's not really important at all. I did change up my audio setup. I've got a lav mic on today going to the wireless transmitter. I've been trying to make the stream better kind of every single time I stream. So I spent a little bit of time in between streams to get that a little bit better. So hopefully it's noticeable. I'll have to go back. So I know it's ground, from the bottom to top, it's ground, 5 volts, and then data. So ground, 5 volts, and data. All of those are in there. They pass the tug test for now. And push the slack back through. I want people to enjoy the streams, enjoy being in here, get information, not miss out on anything. So I appreciate that feedback, Andrew. I know I'll hop into a couple, like Twitch especially, the streams are the ads are very, very aggressive. And I've just left streams just because I found the ads so disruptive. Like if you're watching somebody game or doing something interesting or having a conversation and then the ads pop on and then the person just doesn't hear from the viewer for a while because they are in the middle of an ad, they can definitely be disruptive. So. All right, now we can pass this printer's off so I can, data or mama? What did I say? I'm gonna unplug this guy so that we can pass it and go past it. Typically never supposed to unplug a stepper driver while it's active. And then I had to go and do quite a bit of research to find out the pinout for this guy. They've got the strangest pin diagram for this board. If you go to the Catalyst kit and go to hardware, Alex, out of all the Voron V0 kits, which one did you like the most? I'm looking to pick up my first Voron V0. I like some of the kits, I just wish they had more extrusion colors. So I think in terms of extrusion colors, Cybor probably has the most color options from when I was on there. Fysetc might have some extrusion options. Of course, LDO has the kind of 6 basic colors. And then if you are willing to spend money, DLL-PDF, I think is the name, they can do pretty much any color that you want. I think that you can give them a hex code and they can pretty much produce it. But I think I've enjoyed the LDO kit build the most. I'm doing a lot of mods on the FormBot kit right now, but like any of the kits will give you a working printer from what I've seen. I've still yet to build the Cyborg kit, but from my experience, like both the kits I've built produce fine prints. Getting there, the process of the build was slightly different. FormBot didn't have very much documentation, so I created the streams and the GitHub I made to like help people with that. LDO has a lot of documentation, but it's kind of like a little out of date. They have like some extra parts in there that they don't necessarily talk about in their build process, but I think I enjoy building the LDO kit the most so far. This one has its own perks. I love how clean this electronics bay is compared to having 2 different control boards in here, the SBC and the the Pico. So they all kind of have their advantages, I think. I'm just making a joke. DeWitt, 3D Canada knows my stupid puns well. And Brent Ferguson. I need to hop into one of his streams again. I know he's been working on the box turtle. And he was making like a Wally build before that. But from left to right, this is 5 volts. Data and ground. And so now these 3 wires can run. Did that come out again? I'm terrible at crimping apparently. So maybe this this whole idea of double crimping is just not a great idea. I did look to see if there were any double crimped pigtail kind of style pre-crimped wires, but I haven't seen any available. This guy just came out. And it looks like it was just too tight and moving the wire around caused it to break off. This is my first time doing it this way. Since the Pico Umbilical and the V0 Umbilical have them run in series automatically for you on the PCB, I didn't have to worry about it on the other kits. I'm like running out of room to do anything in here. I can pass it back through and get a little bit more. Room to work. So this is less than optimal, but for certain size crimps, I found it works better or just as easy as kind of doing a splice in the wire. I say that, but obviously I've had like 3 crimps fail on stream today, so. The hard part with the double crimp, which I'm used to doing this with like PC modding for like custom cables and stuff like that. For power cables, there's a lot of kind of pigtail double crimped wires like this, but they're like Molex connectors, so they're much larger. But the problem with doubling them up is making sure they fit in the housing and don't come out. So again, we need five volts on the far left, then data, and then ground. I'm wondering if I'm gonna need to do something like, if I want to put a lot of LEDs in here, I wonder if I'm gonna need a clipper expander or something, an extra MCU to be able to do that. All right, so now we can kind of pass these up and over, plug the stepper driver back in, unplug this guy, go behind it, these are a little long, but I think I'll be able to tuck some of the excess away. Now we're going to do the same thing I just did. Pass these through the little extrusion channel. It's nice when they have like a natural curve to them and they just come out on the other side. And actually having them kind of excessively long helps with that. But back to Alex's question, none of these kits are what I would call like a spec kit. None of them are exactly like what Voron says is a spec V0. Like if you self-source something and tried to keep exactly to what the original BOM says, none of these are like that. Like the LDO has the Pico umbilical, they've got a Voron Revo in there, they've got their own polyimide bed, a different PSU, or maybe now they're back to the LRS-150. You know, like that has all of its sets of mods. This obviously has its own kind of thing going. So it's really kind of like a rank and order type analysis where you just got to look at the specs and the stuff that comes with each kit And you can even kind of do partial builds where you buy a form bot kit, but then buy the individual kind of elements you like of a LDO build or Fysetc. Like you can buy the skeletonized extrusion for the X, and you can throw it into an LDO or form bot or cyber kit. You know, you could take this board and buy it separately and throw it into one of those kits if you want. So it's kind of, it's hard for me to judge right now. I can only go off of what I said, which was like my enjoyment of the build so far. We've got 5 volts and data. Plug them into our extrusion. Pull out some of the slack. Has anybody here ever run LEDs in parallel? Like these NeoPixel RGB LEDs? Well, when I've seen, you just kind of tell it the number of chips in one of them, and then it just duplicates the signal out to both sides. All my Vorons I've self-sourced. When you end up changing all the parts from the kit, it costs more than a long run. That's true. That's something I mentioned in my LDO kit review. Like, I think it's a great kit, and if you like all of the kind of benefits and value adds that they have in there, then it makes sense. But like, I know a guy who was like, he built an LDO kit, but he changed out the extrusions for DLL PDF, and he changed out the polyimide bed for an AC bed, and he didn't use the picobilical, and he didn't use so much of the other stuff. I was like, I feel like you could have just bought, you know, the cheapest kit you could have found, and then bought all that other stuff and ended up, you know, coming out about even, and then not have a whole bunch of extra parts that you didn't need. So that's kind of like something to consider. All right, I guess let's see if I've wired this correctly, and then I can do something about the cable management. Maybe I can do a cable tie up here because we're not using that existing one. Or I could cut these shorter and recrimp them off stream. Or I could also twist the wires so that they're not so dispersed. I saw Steve did that in his box turtle build. So a lot of the like 2 wires and 3 wire harnesses, he just twisted them up so that they didn't kind of spread and get intertwined as much. Nah, most of mine are just white LED strips, and I power them off the bed heater pins. Yeah. Yeah, this is just kind of blingy stuff. I saw Timot's crazy. Have you seen the little GIF of him with his LED side panels and all the LEDs, and he's got it in like disco mode, and he's kind of dancing with it? Took a little bit of inspiration off of that. I think we're wired up correctly. Let me double check. Ground on the bottom, ground on the top, 5 volts data. But yes, I wanted to show you guys their pinout diagram. This is the pinout diagram that they give us from Fysetc, and it's mirrored. So the B motor is actually on the right side when the board is facing you. And then I'm looking at some of these silk screens that are like pointed off, and I'm like, okay, so it's 5 volts on the outside or the inside? I've never seen this before. Like, why not give us the reflected, you know, the side that we're gonna be looking at in terms of this pinout? Seems kind of strange. So yeah, the thing I was really confused about was like looking at this, does this silk screen, is it representative of what I'm looking at in this picture or what it would be on the board? It turns out that the 5 volt pin is this innermost pin. And I had to do that by breaking out my multimeter, but I'm like, the whole purpose of a pinout diagram is to not have to break out your multimeter and read every 5 volts and grounds to make sure you don't fry your board. The most expensive part of having extra parts is they usually turn into another build. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, Steve is very OCD about his cable management. I admire it, to be honest. I'm like that with PC building. Every cable needs to be kind of tucked into something. I usually try to use the natural channels of like a PC build or something to, you know, get as much cable management as I can. I need to do a little bit more in here, but I wanted to get all the mods in before I did it. Looks like what they did is just posting the silk screen from the PCB manufacturing. Okay, yeah. But yeah, that confused me. And I can, like, the fact that ground and 5 volts are on opposite sides on here, if somebody plugs that connector in backwards, they're frying out their LEDs and maybe even shorting the MCU. So that's less than ideal in my book. Ideally, everybody has a multimeter. They can break that out and make sure everything is, you know, the way they expect, but yeah. So I've written it down. PC7 is PB5 is the data pin we're gonna use for the LEDs. So I think we can turn this on. No blue smoke. And I can go back to my browser, turn on small desktop, refresh. Let's go into our printer, look for NeoPixel. I like that main cell has this now. This area on the right where it's got kind of all your different sections. I'm not sure what they call this in this kind of like declarative language they have, but you can easily find stuff. I think it's the bottom view of the PCB. Very strange. I just worry that somebody's going to have killed their board because of that. But we are going to take this existing board NeoPixel, duplicate it, call it chamber RGB. It would have been 20, but it's 10 because we're doing them in parallel, and then I'm going to make them all bright white. Does Control F2 work in here? Control D does. So if you're ever trying to change multiple of the same value at the same time in these editors, usually if you highlight it and hit Control D, it'll duplicate, and then you can change all 3 at the same time. Save and restart, and hopefully we have LEDs. PC, oh, I didn't change the pin. Blah. PB5? Is that what I said? Happens when I try to go too fast. PB5. Yes. Hey, we have LEDs. So let's make sure that they are the right, I think they're GRB. I got these off of Amazon a very long time ago, like before I knew Xiaomi made LEDs. But see if you go red, that's mostly red, blue, that's pretty blue, and green. Another unique part of this unique New York kit is that the print head, the shroud is custom for the Fysetc kit, and it actually has slots to slide their custom PCB LEDs into there, and they already have it set up on here. So they have left RGB and right RGB, and you can use those to get a little bit more light on your print as well. Maybe that'll overcome some of the shadows. But I know people have put sequins in their tool heads and RGB sequins, and then there's some mods that people did to put in some other ones, but it's kind of cool that they did that custom. But we have light, Aziz light. Then the board, I don't know what it's used for. I don't see anything changing on the board. And then we have the display, which is set to blue. And that is working. I'm probably gonna make everything green to kind of match the theme of the build. But yeah, they're ugly right now because they don't have a diffuser on them. But like I mentioned, we need to get that working. So now we need to hook up our, I'm gonna cut these short off stream and figure out like a nice way to kind of cable manage them. Now we want to do the orbiter. So I built this on stream a couple streams back. It's basically the housing. I took the orbiter housing and kind of redid it so that it works with the Irby. And then we've got an eject button on here. There's another kind of ball bearing inside of here that presses another button, and both of these end up being set up as G-code buttons. So this one I think is active on release, and this one is active on press. So you kind of have to set them up slightly differently in their config. But we can kind of slot this guy back in, and the only reason I took it off was because it partially covered the area that we were working on. This needs to be flush up top. Where did I put my driver that fast? But I really love the Irby in general for really shortening up that filament path. Instead of it coming in the foot, like I know what the designer was kind of doing with that, but I think that the Irby is kind of a, I wouldn't say necessary mod, but I feel like it should almost be included in the spec now. Just like having a filament, a spool of filament sit here and go up through there. It's so much shorter. When it's in the foot, you have to shove filament up here, like the height of the printer, through the print head, or through this part and into there, and it just kind of makes loading filament unnecessarily frustrating, in my opinion. But we need to wire this up. So we've got these very long ketchup-y and mustard cables, but they don't need to be that long because they're going to be plugged into a couple pins along here. So we're going to get 5 volts in ground from one of the headers, and then we're going to use, these aren't in stops, are they? They're probe IO, so I think I should be able to use them. I don't think they have in stops for X and Y on this printer because it doesn't make sense. It's designed to use sensorless. But yes, let's shut the printer down again. And I'm going to bring this back up. So the plan is to use 5 volts in ground from this guy. I wanted to use this PC3 and PA3, but it seems like they're used by other stuff in the config already. So instead, when I was probing around, it seems like, what did I write down? PC3 and PA2. So this guy and this guy, the innermost, skip one, and then the middle are the ones that we're gonna use. So we're gonna, I could get ground from, it doesn't matter, we only need one ground. Since we're gonna get 5 volts from here, I'm just gonna keep the DuPonts. But they're so long, and I don't wanna crimp a DuPont. I think I'm just gonna crimp the 5 volts in ground as JST as well. So we'll go a little bit longer than we need to get over to there. Already shut down so we can power off. A lesson I learned when I was modding PCs is never cut wires with metal cutters when the machine is running. Because if you cut a ground and a power at the same time, you will short it. The coloring scheme in this, I don't know why they went with like these colors, but blue is ground, red is 5 volts. And green and yellow are like the run out sensor and the eject button. Not sure about those. Can I get both these guys at the same time? No. Don't trust myself. So we got to do some more crimping. Hopefully I don't mess any of these up. Has anybody in chat seen the filament or using an orbiter or seen their filament run out sensor on the orbiter? I like it a lot. The first mod I did was putting it in the foot, kind of where the regular sensor goes. And then I saw the Irby mod from Maple Leaf Makers and decided to go with putting it in an Irby instead. I always end up doing these too long. You guys can't see what I'm doing currently. Silly Brian. So this was excessively long. So we cut off what we don't need. And I'm just going to crimp on JST connectors to allow us to hook up to those JSTs that we need in the back. So we need 4 more crimps, but we're gonna use 3 different connectors for this. That almost feels silly. So let's do red and blue first. What's the better camera for this? Back view? I think I was using 1.6 for some of the previous crimps, and maybe that's a little bit too aggressive, and maybe that's why some of them were breaking a little bit. So we're gonna go up to 1.9. I'm sure there's a ISO spec sheet somewhere that says what you're supposed to use for these individual cases, but I don't know. We're doing 1.9 for the conductor and 2.2 for the insulator currently. Do you guys have settings? Do you guys have these like same engineer crimpers, or do you have some of the ratcheting ones? There's like I have another pair over there that are the ratcheting ones that have like a set of dies that you can swap out for different types of crimps, but I haven't been using them. I use the Steve spec. Gotcha, I need to look at one of his streams. My other ones I have are these are IWIS. And I don't know what dies come in them by default. I was looking at buying a whole set of the dies that you can use, but I do like these. These, oddly enough, do crimp or DuPont relatively well. Just the way that they grab them. These are kind of skinny, and the DuPont crossover like that. So they'll slip out, but since these are so chunky and thick, they actually do crimp DuPont decently, even though I don't think that they're DuPont crimpers. You like the engineers? Yeah. I feel like these are pretty good for control. For crimping a lot of wires, like if you self-sourced an old Voron and had to crimp everything before they had all the wire harnesses, I can imagine it just getting heavy. That's too long. My other set of wire strippers have a little length setting, which is nice, but they tend to cut the insulators more, or the conductors more. Like I would have to really dial them in. These kind of are really good about not chomping into the conductors. Really? What were you referring to with that? The DuPont? The fact that those will crimp DuPont? Who created the DuPont crimp? What a terrible person. No, not really, but they are not fun to crimp. You can get those pre-crimped as well, and you can buy those, just the breadboard ones, which are nice. That it cuts into the conductors. These have a similar dial on them where I can dial it in for, but like it's not very repeatable. Like, how do I know how much tension needs to be on this to do what gauge of wire, you know? But they do have this graduated sliding thing to kind of help you do consistently. So it's really nice. Like, what do they call? Wagos need like what, 11 millimeters or something like that. So I can set it to 11 millimeters, push it up to the stop, and then it'll pull it out. But just whatever it is about these, they tend to get the conductors a lot. So these orange and blue ones in particular tend to get the conductors. Like this, I don't have to change this setting around all that much. It has a little screw here and you can tune it up or down, but I don't have to change it. It gets like anything from, I feel like 16 up to 28 gauge wire. It'll do pretty well without getting the conductors, but that one I have to be really precise with. I want to trim this just a tiny bit. Remind me that that's down there. Full test, all pass. The Irwin has an adjustable depth strip also, or at least Irwin does. It's not your favorite tool, gotcha. I feel like there should be a Voron tools database where everybody can kind of submit what they used and people can rate them, post videos about it or something like that. I don't know, maybe that's silly. So I'm just gonna put JSTs on here, even though it's gonna be sliding onto a DuPont, because I feel like it actually holds better than DuPonts. In general, I like something that has a positive lock. Why are you not staying it? So red and blue are power and grounds. And they need to go, you can see everything you need to do, yeah. They need to go to 5 volts in ground, and ground is the innermost pin in this reflected guy. So blue needs to be on the outside. But I feel like these JSTs slide onto a 2.54 millimeter, whatever it is, and hold on better than DuPonts, which are meant to go in these headers, which is always kind of baffling to me. And then these need their own 3-pin. This guy's a little fat to get in there. So it's where I usually like to pinch it from the side a little bit. Get a little bit skinnier. And then this guy needs its own final 3-pin. I tried to get everything prepared before stream, so I had everything out. This guy's fat too, but he slid in. Okay, so green goes into these are both on the middle pins. And green will go into the innermost one, which is EC3. Yes. And yellow will go into skip 1 and go into that guy. And maybe I'll cut those shorter to the perfect length as well. And I might twist and braid it a little bit so it's not in the way. But let's see. Okay, we've got ground 5 volts, PC3 and PA2. So we should see the LED on this turn on when the printer turns on because it's getting 5 volts power. And it does. That's good. It actually looks a little orange on camera, but it looks red to me. I think it looks orange just because it's up against this green a little bit. Let's go back into main cell. And I have already pulled in the orbiter config. You can get that from here. They've got a config file to base things off of, but we need to update it with a few things. On my other printers, I just have all of this set at 265. Because that's kind of the hottest temperature for like the hottest stuff I use. Then enable beep, we need to change to false because this printer doesn't have a beep and it doesn't have that code that you run. Park position 230 will not work. We need like X of 60 and Y of 10. That would be the front, right? A lift of 10, and then we need to change our pins. Let me bring that up for you guys so you can actually see. So I changed the load temp, unload temp, and load min temp all to 265. I guess you could have them lower so that it can do a retraction when it's just soft enough. But I tend to just put it up at the highest. The purge length you tune kind of based on what the length from the end of your hot zone is up to the extruder teeth. And you just want to go a little bit over that. Kind of the same stuff that you probably end up tuning for something like a box turtle or something. I want to look at some of their macros and see if I can improve this one at all. The speed you can adjust to kind of get like a good tip that won't stick inside of the PTFE tube. And then we've got two G-code buttons, filament sense and filament unload. So, what do we need? PC3. Which one is on release? I think this is PC3, which is the green wire. And then this one is weird. PA2. And I only know this because I've put these on other printers in the past. PA2. My shift button is stuck. I think I have some pieces of stripped wire in my keyboard. Where is their pin out for the wire colors? Green is filament sensor, and that was PC3. Yellow is unload, and that's PC3 is sense, and this is PA2. Save and restart. Didn't get any errors about already used codes. And then we can do query button, G-code button. Query, how do you do the clipper query button? I thought it was query button, button equals, isn't it? Unknown command query button. Is it button query? Yeah, why is this not working? Query button, button equals. Unknown command. That's strange. We are on Clipper 12. Those don't show up as end stops. Oh, we do have updates. A new SDM, Moonraker. I'll go ahead and update. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Isn't there a command to query a G-code button through the console? I guess I'll upgrade this. And while we do that, we can search. Well, this guy's asking how to do it in a G-code command. I mean, I guess we can send it and just press the button. Or we can try to send some filament through. Still working with PLA. Where do I have some PLA? Here's some cheap Elegoo filament. You gotta get our little Bowden tube. I do find that this little Bowden tube is helpful for helping the filament not skip over the side of the spool when it gets slightly unwound by an unload command. Depending on how far this is, sometimes when it unloads this length, it'll get enough slack in it that it can kind of come off. So, but having this short run here that kind of keeps it really tight to the spool seems to help me. But that triggered, but we are not heating up. Let me try the reboot. Oh, sorry. This little run helps it so that when you, because this is gonna, you know, heat up, back out the filament a certain amount, and when it backs it up enough, sometimes I've had it skip over the edge like this. But just having this little bit of length here makes it so that it tends to stay on the spool a little bit better. Oh, I haven't included it in printer. .cfg. I'm sorry. That's a silly mistake. You can duplicate a line in this editor by hitting what is it, Alt-Shift and an arrow key. So if a line has most of what you need, that's a nice little shortcut. A lot of this environment is very similar to like VS Code, I've found. So if you don't have a G-code button in your config, does it not recognize query button? That's interesting. And you guys probably can't see that because of the chat. No. Do this. So, before I had the orbiter.cfg included in my G-code file, my printer.cfg, when I tried auto-completing or running query button, it didn't recognize it. It just wasn't there. I also did some updates, but I know that this command should work with all versions of Clipper. And then as soon as I included the orbiter file, it now recognizes query button. So I can do query button equals filament sense, and it is pressed right now. That doesn't seem right because it's not pressed. If I put, and then if I do filament, what is it called? Unload. Equals released. Now if I press it and run that command again, it's pressed and it's trying to eject and it's heating up. So all of that is working except for, it currently says that the sense button is pressed. Let's stop and restart and work out what we did wrong with the inversion of that pin. Filament sense equals pressed. If you go back to the G code, I'm sorry, the config file for orbiter, the sense is the green wire, which is PC3, I think. Oh, what are you doing? The hot zones in Windows 11 kind of pissed me off. No, this is Windows 10. PC3, does this need to be inverted? Save and restart. Congrats. I am listening out for people who have recommendations for what to do with memberships. I don't stream on a consistent basis, so like doing streams like Steve doesn't seem useful, but yeah, thank you for the support, A, and then B, filament sense is released. If I put the filament into it, it should go to pressed. But that didn't trigger the load sequence. Now it's released. It needs to be inverted. I do kind of remember that. I don't know why, but the way I had it was right, even though it was technically logically inverted. Because this runs on sensor released. I don't know why, it's weird. Save and restart. So now it's red, so it's not inserted. I'm going to press it in, it will trigger and think it's released, and then it will start to heat up the hot end, and eventually it will start to feed filament. So filament loading. I press it up to make sure that it is getting all the way up to the extruder teeth. This hot end actually heats up pretty fast. Yeah, it started heating. But technically the states are swapped, they're inverted. It wants when the button is pressed for it to get a signal. Maybe the release is normally, the button is normally open or something like that, or normally closed, I don't know. So once it reaches 165, we should see it start to actually try to feed filament. And right now it's set to purge like 100 millimeters, which is probably way too much, but it did extrude a decent amount of filament. And if I press the eject button, it will start to heat again, filament unloading. It didn't start to heat again. Why didn't you start to heat again? Is this one inverted the wrong way too? Unload. Yeah, it's stuck in a weird state. So this uses state variables to move between a few different states, and it can get a little like mucked up and confusing sometimes. My scroll bar is too sensitive, sorry. Does it not need to be pull up? On my other printer, I had it as pulled up, but maybe on this printer it doesn't need to be. And that's mucking with the trigger state. I got tired of dumb sensors and built one based on an RP2040 Toolhead board with a broken heater MOSFET. It has buttons to drive a stepper for load and unload straight into the right-on sensor and a tiny 5-volt stepper. Interesting. So kind of like one of the multi-material units, but just for kind of loading and unloading filament. Seems pretty convenient. Okay, so if I query that button, it is released. I press it, it's heating up. He's heating up, and it should unload the filament now. So it's gonna back it out. Of course, it won't come all the way out the length of this tube, but then when you unload the filament, all you have to do is pull it out that much and not pull it out all the way down to the, to the foot, which I like. That's a pretty cool setup. Is that published anywhere? After it gets up to 265, it should change state and it starts to back the filament out. It's actually pushing it out of there, which is not desirable. But it's obviously pushing it further than it needs to. And then the macro finishes, and then as you pull this down, usually ideally it doesn't do that. I don't know what's up with the fitting inside of here. Maybe it's because it's this, like, what is this, FEP tubing instead of actual PTF or regular Bowden. But I usually cut it insert it. Just want to test it a few times. Filament loading. Get it up to about where the teeth start. And then once it gets back up to 275, it should push it out. Still polishing the drive mechanism. It works in the torque of the stepper engaging the filament so there's no drag while it's not driving. Interesting. So it's like a it almost acts as a clutch in that regard. That seems to be working pretty well. So it's on the back, which means that I have to reach around to press this, but from the front, that's not too hard of a thing to do. I like this setup this way. It makes loading and unloading filament, and even during like a pause, if I'm trying to do a multicolor print, essentially it pauses, parks, I press this button, it ejects, I load the filament up to this sensor again, it automatically feeds it, it extrudes and purges a little bit of excess filament, and it works relatively well. Obviously not as good as something like what Down Under Maker is describing, or something like a ERCF or Box Turtle, but it makes changing filaments and filament swaps pretty easy. So like on this, I did this as a multicolor swap, and I just did it with a G-code color change. So yeah, we have everything that I want wired up. The LEDs, just need to get diffusers for those. I think we can move on to the side panel. So I'm gonna eject this. it worked that time, so maybe that pull-up resistor setting I had on there was necessary for my other board. I didn't really check whether this board has pull-ups on those IOs or pull-downs or what the state of them is, so maybe that was just a difference that wasn't making it work before. While that's ejecting, I'm going to try to put my tools back up. It's working well, except for the fact that it's pushing the Bowden tube out. So I guess I need to figure out that maybe that fitting's too small. A drop of hot glue might help, but otherwise I'll just have to push it back in there. And then since it's freed up, I can just pull it out. And we'll put this away for now, and we can start on the panels. All right, let's shut down the printer. You didn't, yeah. The mini stealth burner, for whatever reason, doesn't have that by default, right? Like a stealth burner does have one, or it can be a traditional Bowden or one of those, but something that has a positive lock and grabs on would be really nice. Shut down. Put a few tools away. There's some mods, okay. Good to know. That's something I can look to improve on. We're shut down, power off, unplug. And we can start on the panels. I need to bring up the Voron manual. I remember the door being kind of the most annoying part. Skirts and panels. We already have that skirt on there. We already did that part. I did the bottom panel. That's kind of a good moment in a build. Oh, I forgot. This doesn't have drop nuts, so it's kind of frustrating. You have to like manually pull these nuts up into the right spot, which when the printer is kind of upright or the extrusion is vertical is a pain in the butt. I have a PSU cover, but it didn't seem to positively fit on there very well when I tried it before. Let me see. That's decent, a decent fit. The bottom panel is here. I probably should have pre-peeled all these because sometimes they can be frustrating and take a long time. Camera's really struggling to keep focus. That was a pretty good peel. Much more appealing than the Core 1. The side panels had protective film on it, and I saw a lot of people complaining about how unsatisfying peeling those were. And they were screwed on without that being taken off, so all the screws were like hanging on to the plastic. If I can just get it started. I think Thomas, Made by Layers, or Made by Layers, he was joking that that's something that like Prusa doesn't really have a good gauge of, is like some of the kind of creature comforty parts of buying a machine and unboxing it. Like their stuff is super, super practical and Eastern European. It doesn't have the sexy peels and stuff like that that you want out of a high-end consumer electronics product. Ugh. I feel like I'm wasting your guys' time doing this on stream. The first one was great. I'm not sure what's up with this side, that it's not going as well. Oh man. Will it stick to itself well? No. Usually when I pull straight up, it doesn't tear. Obviously this one didn't care about my special technique. We gotta take these feet off and put them back on. I do want to do RGB skirt lights for no reason whatsoever. I have some rainbow barfs, and Maple Leaf Makers makes some holders. I put them on my Formbot build that just kind of replace this little backer that go into the skirt with a diffuser that is lit by either a single neopixel or rainbow barf. I don't know, maybe I'll get a couple more seconds off my speed benchy. I don't really do speed benchies, to be honest, but there's a meme in PC building and benchmarking that RGB makes your computer go faster and you get more frames per second. I don't think we need to do anything else in here. The cable management down here is actually like, without doing much, it's kind of works. Screw's gonna be long enough. Because you can is the best reason. I like that. No need to justify every little mod. One of the things I think that makes the Voron community so awesome is that, you know, there's that saying, you don't build the Voron, you build your Voron. Everybody has different tastes. Everybody has different budgets. Seems pretty rare that two builds come out exactly the same, even though there's a spec. Bottom panel is on. We don't need that. Are we gonna do the rear panel? Okay. So rear panel is kind of already a little bit done, but I've got mods for this. I've got a hinge door mod that I have done on both my other printers now. So this guy goes here. One of these goes here. Same thing happens at the top. Or do I have that backwards or upside down? This guy goes here. Now is when things go wrong. Hey Joe, I love that you can customize the builds too, even after you finish. Got a box turtle set up on, oh, box turtle on a V0.2. I was wondering if that would be a little bit of a waste, but you might have just convinced me. I only have V0.2s. I have parts printed out for an Enderwire, but I really want my next printer to probably be a Trident. I just gotta figure out how these go. Let me look up that mod. V0 hinge door. Oh, I had it on that page. Rear hinge, here we go. Oh, it just goes kind of in the middle. That makes sense. So there's no top hinge because that's where other stuff sits. So this one goes on the bottom. I think I'm saying this now and I might regret it, but I think I have all the right number of things printed out. I like recounted, printed extras. We'll see. I might be biting my tongue later. Let's go to top view. What size screw do they have us using in the manual? 3x8s, 3x12s in some spots, just for the hinge. I think from here on out, we almost only use 3x8s. Maybe for the doors we use another size, but. That guy there. That guy there. This guy towards the middle, and I think we'll have actually an extra screw on this side, maybe not. I should still be able to slide the panel in. With these two on. And then according to the mod page, what size screws do we need for these hinges? Can't find my mouse. M3x40, I think I took those out. Took out everything but the M3x40. Let me get some mechanical help with this. with the Hodo. And I'm blocking everything, so sorry. I put this guy on and I put this guy on. This one will be used for that top one, I think, in the back maybe. But I'm taking this one hinge and you can see one side of it has a little depression so that the panel will fit on it. It's a pretty good design. I like it. I will now have it on 3 different V0s. It essentially uses a pretty similar method as the top panel or the front door. Might have got my order of operations not great here. Definitely do this one first. Okay. I also use the LDO spool holder because it doesn't interfere with the back door. He's got his own spool holder, but I kind of don't use it. So we just need this guy as centered as we want it to be. And then we can put the rear panel or the rear panel on. Should I break out the ruler like Steve? Well, usually he eyeballs it first and then breaks out the ruler. Equidistant between those two things. That would be like 8.5. I think this is the rear panel. I want to set it on the front, but in order to do that with the display on there, you gotta hike it up with something. I do love that this is such a tiny printer and I can kind of just huck it around and move it. I've seen people building like a 350 or a 400 rat rig, and I think do it. He had his on a turntable in order to be able to move the thing. Can we get a good peel? Straight up. It's decent. But now the other side will be terrible. Next build, I'm definitely doing this part off straight. Why is it like good on some and not on others? Going straight up. Here, tiny bit left over. The nice peels. How did that become a thing in kind of online culture? So we need to get some VHB tape. Is this a perfect square? Definitely looks like that, right? It's the only other solid colored panel. No one here as far as I know. Where is our VHB tape? I have plenty. I wanted to use the stuff that came with this build, but I do have some skinnier stuff and some thicker stuff. I have a big flat spot on my thumbnail for peels from doing peels for all the kids' school projects. What kind of stuff are they building that has a lot of peeling? Got the real deal 3M VHB tape here. Chassis and cars, okay. The first kit I built was a Tron XY X1, a little cantilever printer. And the whole frame and electronics enclosure was built from acrylic panels. And I swear that build took me like 45 minutes, and just peeling all that acrylic probably took me another 45 minutes. It's like a 2-hour build, half of which is just peeling. Year 8 is laser cut plastic, chassis and cars. Year 9 is catapults. Year 10 is a clock. Awesome. Kind of makes me think of our technical education classes that we had in school. We didn't have like robotics or we had a programming team that I was on. But in terms of actually like building stuff, we had a technical education class. And we did a CNC lathe project. We made like a spinning top. We did an injection molded program. I still have it somewhere where we had to set up the die and we made a screwdriver end on it. We built bridges out of a few different materials, balsa wood, toothpicks, and some other stuff. It was a fun class, but I wish it was a little bit more thorough and did some more interesting stuff. Did like egg parachutes, stuff like that. I guess we just want to get this centered. Let me put this spool holder on the way it needs to go. And that will kind of space the door out a little bit. and get it registered. It just needs to be able to fling open. Just plop those down. So I mod stuff so much, I really like being able to get in and out of the rear panel. This utilizes some magnets, so this will go somewhere along here and get plopped in, although this print did not turn out very well. And then this will get stuck with VHB tape to the inside, and it will give us a nice positive magnetic clamp. 8-watt CO2 laser is fun, and big budgets for Arduinos, Pi Pico based projects the kids can take home. Have Pi Pico kind of like taken over. I feel like Pi Pico is a nice in-between step between Arduino and like STM. They have some good hardware abstraction stuff to help people, you know, build or kind of bootstrap projects really fast, but like it's pretty intense to program STM32 stuff. But I feel like the Pico or the Picos are a nice intermediate. So much cheaper than Arduino boards. Yeah, Arduino kind of got a strangle. You can get the, what is it, Atmel 32U4 or something like that. You can get chips based or boards based on that chip from other companies, but the official Arduino stuff is pretty expensive, yeah. So this is just like kind of doing the front door. Are these glued together? They are glued together. I was wondering why I couldn't press them in. So this actually has a really nice deep pocket so that you can do more than just a single magnet to get a nice strong lock. And I usually do try to do that. Let's see, Shore Bond thick. Gotta get some on the walls. Like we've seen how much STM32s are being used for 3D printers and a lot of consumer electronics. I'm a little sloppy when I do this stuff. That's why several of the magnets I pulled out were already stuck together. I've got some Instaset here. Kicker. I'm going to spray that off to the side so I don't get it on anything. Pico and Wi-Fi and a few, Pico with Wi-Fi and a few libraries, and the projects are infinitely more practical because they can have a mini web server. I guess ESP32 is kind of the other thing that's super popular. You know, a lot of the WLED stuff is run off of that. So now we need a couple magnets in this guy, and we just got to make sure we get the polarity right. So this is the part that goes on the door. It's like 2 of those will fit in there. And I basically just glued that part to my hand. I'm not sure if any of you guys watched Tested, but they have like a I glued myself to demerit badge. How are these meant to fit together? Oh, a picture or a 3D model would be really good. I assume it's supposed to be plastic to plastic. This will sit right here. And these will go in there. Hit it with some kicker, and then the VHB tape will go on the back. Buying the chips becomes a political issue in school, so RP is a safe option. Gotcha. Everything's kind of a political issue, unfortunately, these days. So I think in the middle is a logical place to have the latch or the... And then we just need a thin strip of VHB tape to go on that guy. That's not inspiring. I'm gonna need to reprint the part that snaps into the frame. But if you close that, pinch everything together, we should get a good little magnetic snap to close the door. I like it. It won't swing around and kind of come undone too easily. We already have our orbiter in there. Alignment's not perfect. And those are mounted. So I guess we probably move on to side panels next. We already kind of started on this side of things. I do need to print modesty meshes. I like those to kind of cover up stuff like these ketchup and mustard type wires, so I do need to print those as a mod. Side panels are down here. There should be two identical pieces. One that's the door that's different. So this is the door. These are the side panels. Okay, so these are a clear acrylic, which I feel like I have more issues with. Okay, gotta start it. I like those also, they're pretty quick print, yeah. I use the sticky plastic that is used to protect school books. Interesting. You can get colors to match most printer schemes. Can we get a good peel? I think the straight up technique is good. It's just when you go too fast or at a bad angle, the corner starts to get stuck down. I'm not as kind of particular as Steve is. He really does a lot to protect the acrylic while he's kind of doing all this. I kind of have the opinion of it's going to get fogged and scratched up, so I try to keep it as nice as I can. The low level of effort at first, and even just moving the printers back and forth to like my workbench. This looks like a kind of nice, is that cast acrylic or extruded? Get my grubby hands all over it. Hot air gun. I've got a one that's likely to damage the acrylic, and I have one that is a little bit easier on things. Which way did he go? I can try that. That's not the right size. I tighten that down too hard. Okay, now it's time to find out if I printed all the correct pieces, or at least enough duplicates that I won't have to fire up the LDO to finish this build. Then we need a bottom center piece. It said cast, nice. Yeah, cast I hear is always better than extruded. That corner almost did get me. This V0 spec does not have foam tape. There are mods like the Zero panels, which include foam tape, but any kits that include the foam tape, it's technically not to spec. I think they talk about some reasoning in Steve's streams, you know, why they don't, but yeah, technically the V0 doesn't have them. Acrylic colored panels. I'm trying to think of the acrylic supplier I was looking at getting some stuff from. Syncut Sin can do acrylic in quite a few colors. I'll be curious to know why. Steve has discussed it in several of his builds. The FormBot kit does include foam, but like it's not in the V0 manual. You know, if I pop that up, they don't say anything about using any of it. Okay, so I think this piece takes that as a corner piece. This probably won't be perfectly straight on there at first. So there's a difference between these corner pieces for the Tophat and these corner pieces for the side panels. One of them has a flat edge, which will end up going up against the top of the Tophat, and one of them has two beveled edges. So the ones with two beveled edges are the ones that are meant to be for the side panels. I found that out the hard way when I had to redo all of that. But basically, like, this will be pressed up against that this way. So this needs a flat piece, and you don't want a beveled piece up against this beveled piece. They won't look right. They won't come together well. Pretty sure my sideboard came with the foam, so you used it. Was it sticky on both sides or just sticky on one side? The what do you call it? Formbot kit had it sticky on both sides, which means you put the panels on, and then when you need to take them off, they're just going to catch cat hair and all that kind of stuff. Which is not desirable. One side. Okay, that's good. I really shouldn't even tighten these down all that much. This side does not need the hinge. It needs one of these. The cheap sideboard sideboard kits come with a JST crimper? That's pretty good. I know they came with drivers kind of like these, probably the exact same ones, just not Fabrico branded. These like RC style drivers. I did not know that they came with crimpers. That's kind of nice. Probably not a very high cost value add for them, but a nice thought. Put the cap on the super glue and get something a tiny bit smaller to align that guy. I screwed up and stuck them to the frame, learned after that it would have been better to stick them to the acrylic. Yeah, exactly. I think that's how the like 2.4 and Trident do them. I have the stealth handles. I'm not going to put this on yet because it's going to make, well, I have it up on this thing anyway. So this is another thing I put on my previous two V0s I like a lot. It's just a little handle to be able to hold on to things a little bit better when moving stuff around. It takes a slightly longer screw, I think a 12 millimeter, whereas everything else is 8. But it goes in place of one of these little guys here. That's another Maple Leaf Makers mod. They've got a lot of pretty good stuff out there. And we got to get that one final screw in the right spot. My sideboard V0 didn't, the V0.1 did, the V2 doesn't. Okay. Maybe they were able to source a bunch of them really cheaply for a while. That's one thing that, you know, people who make these kits have some of the same problems that people who self-source have, you know, trying to source high quality, ideally relatively inexpensive stuff. They have margins to think about, but they just have to do it on a much larger scale. So like kits, even from LDO, they go through a lot of revisions, and it's hard to say that somebody who's bought this kit since I started building it is going to have the exact same stuff in it. In fact, I'd say it's pretty likely that they won't. Like this new Sailfish Hotend is different than what Feder from 3Print SOS got in his kit, I'm pretty sure. Move on to the other side. I need to tighten that guy down. Oh, hope everything is okay, Jack. What motors does the Cyborg kit include? That's a good question. I have a unofficial, out-of-date Google Doc with some specs for the differences as they were when I was looking for my kit. I don't think it's on this account. Zero. Matrix. So this is very much out of date, but it's what I was using when I was kind of evaluating them. A friend got sent this kit by the UK Fysetc rep, and some of the parts were good, some were very average. The catalyst board badly needs much better. Yes, absolutely. I actually went through the process of reflashing it to the most up-to-date image and found it very hard to follow their documentation, so I actually recorded the whole process, and I plan to put out a video on it. So yeah, this is a matrix. Somebody put one out, and then I added to it and have tried to keep it up to date, but it's fallen very much out of date. So you got the 4 main manufacturers, and then this is kind of how I was looking at it when I was looking to buy a kit. I, of course, eventually got sent these kits for the purpose of review, but I'll try to keep it updated, and maybe I can try to share it, but mellow levels of that. Yeah, it's not great. Like, you go onto the page, and I mean, documentation is hard, I will say that, but you go onto this page and look at the instructions to like update things. So like, first of all, they've got stuff for the V0 kit. They don't tell you where to get this software, I don't think. You just have to search for it. I don't think it comes bundled anywhere. You have to hook it up via USB-A to USB-A cable. That confuses a lot of people. By default, the software comes in, I assume this is Chinese, and you have to open up a config.ini file in order to change it over to English. That's less than ideal. Yeah, so I've recorded the whole process, so hopefully it'll help folks out in the future. I don't know when I'm going to publish that. One thing I was considering for members is possibly publishing videos early for members to get feedback. Look for errata and some other stuff like that. So that's something I've considered as kind of it almost feels like I'm just kind of using you guys, but some people like that, like not being used, but to get early access to stuff to give feedback and, you know, kind of build a little bit of a community feel out of that, and you guys have a little bit of influence in kind of the content. I don't know. I need to deal with these wires. Yeah, the pinout diagram is not great. I was talking about it earlier. It's oddly mirrored, and I didn't know whether the silk screening was mirrored or not. It's probably what they gave to the company for doing silk screening, but I don't know. I feel like it would take 30 seconds for somebody to hop into the PCB program and export a picture, or open up the step file they provide and take a screenshot. I had to dig deep to find the bomb, and even then, it doesn't have a brand name for the Fysetc. The Fysetc Motors are Fysetc. They produce their own motors. That's one thing they've been producing for quite a long time, is kind of replacement motors for common rep-wrap printers that you can get on like AliExpress, eBay, and Amazon. Their fans, I think, are their branded fans. Yeah. The Seaboard brand motors, I'm not sure about. There might be Moons. Moons is kind of popular. I'm in the Big Tree Tech test pool. We're really trying to drag the standards of hardware and docks to an acceptable levels at launch, not making buyers be beta testers. Gotcha. That would be ideal. Alex, hey, is there an MCU maker for Clipper that's better than BTT and Fysetc regarding user and docks? Better? I don't know if Mello is doing anything in that regard that's pretty good. Who else is there that's producing boards? MKS? MKS has a website. They've got some Clipper documents for a lot of their boards. Who else is out there? RepRap runs on RepRap firmware, but I think they're starting to get the hardware abstraction working with Clipper, so you can use some of their boards with Clipper, but I don't think that it's documented, you know? I think it's just like if people want to use them, they're probably using pretty standard STM32 based boards, so they just have to get the configuration kind of set up in Clipper. Duet being the board company. Did I say that? I know Steve has been playing with some Duet boards and Vorons, but mainly using RepRap firmware, I think. Oh, come on. It's like every other one I do, I have a really tough time. I need to get my heat gun out, like you said. I'm stubborn though. Dang it. LDO Leviathan was decent. Was the LDO board built by Big Tree Tech and just designed by LDO, or did LDO do that completely custom? Did RatRig start to do their own boards? Or are they just using existing stuff? They've got RatOS, which is like a very interesting build out of a typical Clipper setup, where they have a lot of kind of abstraction set up with their They've got kind of like their own Kiao program going in that. I watched Do It build a rat rig, and it was kind of interesting how they have a lot of stuff kind of set up for you. LDL boards are showing signs of design by an engineer who isn't familiar with the use case and doesn't understand our needs. I was explained that the Duet is like the AK-47 of boards, older, but they always seem to work. Rat Rig is scared of CAN bus. That's interesting. Maybe it's just hard for them to get that level of setup and abstraction going with CAN bus. It's becoming, actually, I feel like I've seen more people use USB recently. Even on CAN bus based boards, I've seen several people build with like an EB2209 and just keep it in USB mode. Or one of those, you know, big tree type boards. Catapult and, did they rename Catapult to something else? Let's see. This guy is double beveled. That's not the right one. It's this. I can't comment. Wink, wink. NDAs and stuff. Gotcha. Understandable. Occasionally with review-based stuff, I'm in somewhat of a similar situation. It can be frustrating when you see like misinformation going around and you know kind of what things actually are and you can't say anything. Just see posts and you're like, that's wrong, that's not right. It's the funniest when people speak with like actual authority on the matters and you kind of are in the know and know for certain they're talking out of their butts. But if they were a little bit more user-friendly, I mean, it's not terribly unuser-friendly, but a lot of people seem to get in trouble in flashing and setting up CAN boards and getting them addressed right. Took 2 hours before my stream to hide all the beta gear. Get NVIDIA Broadcast or something like that set up, and then you can put your trust in AI tensor cores to not show any of that stuff. You just green screen it out in the background. I don't know if that's trustworthy enough for you though. So far so good in terms of actually having printed out the right panel pieces. I think on both my other V0s, I have not printed them out all correctly, even though they tell you how many you need. CAN bus is vastly superior to USB. People just use USB and don't understand the shortcomings. Yeah. Some of the sim racing peripherals I've helped develop, we've used STM32s that have support for CAN bus. And it's kind of a common bougie thing in some higher end sim gear to make them work with CAN bus, because that's what actual vehicles operate on, obviously. So it's kind of like a cool thing for you to be able to say this will work in a real car too. Like Fanatec is a pretty big sim racing peripherals manufacturer, and one of their steering wheels can actually, it's like a $4,000 sim racing steering wheel, but it can work in a real GT3 car. It's like the exact same thing that goes into the real car. And we have so much trouble with USB when I was helping develop that that board and program for it. Well, first they used PICs, which were terrible, but I think they've upgraded to like STM32s now. So this needs to be a hinge. Do I have that hinge piece? Yes, I do. Oh, that's kind of ugly. There's some like pock marks on this. Or it looks like there was some filament embedded on the bed and it got picked up by this, so that's a candidate for reprinting. But yeah, for like consistency in a real-time operating system, CAN bus is very much superior. It's interesting though, because Klipper is not a real-time operating system, from my understanding. But it definitely has benefits for this application over USB. I will agree completely. But it's almost like they've made the USB flashing in like DFU mode so easy in Klipper that people are so used to that just a slight bit more complexity with CAN bus just seems over people's heads. Now, this is from like my experience watching streams and stuff. USB is not designed for noisy environments. Yeah. In sim racing, we have a lot of high-powered motors, like direct drive midge motors that produce a huge amount of EMF. And if you don't have things grounded correctly, if you don't have a good grounding strategy on your board, USB is terrible. I mean, because from your PC to your USB hub to the actual peripheral to other peripherals might all use different grounding and EMF strategies in terms of if they like ground the body or not, if they ground the shielding in the cable or not, and you can essentially turn a USB cable into a giant EMF antenna if you don't do things correctly. Our data rates are so low in printers compared to what STM chips can do for CAN bus, yeah. All manufacturers should lose DFU mode and use Catapult for the bootloader. That would unify things. Could they somehow build Catapult straight into Klipper? Like, the hardware abstraction in Klipper is one of the greatest things about it, in my opinion, which makes it so easy to run on so many different boards, from all the way down to those old 8-bit boards we used to use. The like, what are they called? Like Melzy and essentially Arduinos. But supporting all the way up to these much better boards now. Most average users don't understand EMF or the differences between CAN and USB. True. I don't think the Voron team will want to make the standard setup for a printer CAN bus for a little while. I'm talking out of my butt. I don't know this for certain, but it's certainly getting closer to ubiquitous. Like, you see so many Voron serial requests where they've done CAN bus out of the gate. It obviously has the benefits of getting rid of a lot of the troubles with broken wires and chains. It makes sense in so many levels. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Please remind me earlier. I've just been doing these side panels. It's the exact same as the other side, which hopefully you got to see. Oh boy. I feel silly. Esoterical mate CAN bus so easy. Yeah, his guide is pretty good. It seems like every time Steve is reflashing boards or anything like that, he's referring to that guide. Panels on 3 sides are done. I can remove the spool holder. This is kind of why I like the LDO spool holder. I think I had slight over extrusion on this, so it's a little hard to get it to slip out, but you can take it off. So I'm going to need to do. Oh, geez. Going to need to try to do. Not sure we can do it, folks. It's too tight. But we're on our last panel. People aren't going to read the manual. I like the mods where they take a USB wire and cut off the ends to use as a CAN bus cable. And that is the barrier to entry we still need. Too slow to open the manual, not ready for the tech. Sounds elitist, but as an educator, barriers to entry level are needed. I mean, we're getting better stuff like Kiao, however you want to say it, that kind of walk people through and abstract some of the like CLI commands. When you think about any user interface that you're kind of changing hardware settings with, you're essentially hitting a button that's running a CLI command in the background. So more tools that just kind of ask you, what do you want set up? And kind of do the configuration and some stuff in the background. I think, that'll help people. The script that Steve was using for the, what is it called? Box turtle build seemed really well done and did a lot of that stuff for you. Or a lot of, oh, how did that happen? A lot of configuration type things for you. So those tools develop in that sense. Maybe that'll help. So down under maker, I think there's like a middle ground, like you're right that people should be, especially when building custom printers, should be knowledgeable enough and willing to do the base level of research to kind of understand things. But at the same time, the barriers to entry should hopefully be lowered as much as possible, if that makes sense. So kind of working it from both sides. What link screws do we have for the front panel? $30 on the bottom and $40 on the top. I don't think it's out of most people's grasp to be able to set up and configure CAN, especially with like all the guides and stuff out there, like the esoterical guide. Most people should be able to walk through that step by step and get it done. It is intimidating. People like Steve kind of showing how to do it, I think, can only be helpful. $30 on the bottom. Is that what I grabbed? Yeah, I believe so. And 40 millimeters up top. Yes. There's a guy in a manufacturer community support chat who's been abusive to a dozen people who've tried to help him because they sent him a link to read, not spoon feed. Yeah. I think people see people building Vorons, they see that it's becoming more approachable. There's a lot of guides out there, and I don't know, some people are just kind of a-holes, you know? I don't recommend kind of side driving a screw in like that, but it's for the door, so I'm not terribly bothered. They wanted us to do these guys first. Then we need our magnets. Oh, I'll use the magnets that came with the kit for this part. I'm pretty sure they're the same. Always sadly going to be people like that, very unfortunately. It's frustrating. I mean, there's that adage, you can give a man a fish, teach a man to fish. Because if you just explain to him how to get it initially done, then you'll solve his problem today. But if they don't understand the system and the root problem, then they're just going to like fall into another hole and need somebody to spoon feed them another time. And nobody wants to deal with that. I probably should have put glue in there beforehand. Gonna kind of seal it in there and use the kicker. like I'm potting the magnets. I'm gonna put the kicker over here. It is a tough, interesting kind of thing about, you know, this community, and we want it to be as welcoming to everybody, but there's base levels of knowledge that you have to start to develop. I know Nero kind of has that complaint about bamboo, that the people using their printers don't have base levels of knowledge, so if something goes wrong, it's like, oh, I'll just send the whole printer back. In some cases. Hopefully you can see through the side panel to what I'm doing currently. If you are using a V0 kit that has extrusions which work with no slide nuts, no drop nuts, make sure you use the right kind in here. Typical no drop nuts have so much plastic on the outside of the nut that if you use them for the 4 nuts in here, you won't be able to screw this in. There's actually a special no drop nut that you need to use for this. I found out the hard way, used the wrong ones, and I had to essentially use a heat gun to split the no drop nut and get some of the plastic out of there. So learn from my mistakes. Down under Maker, have you been able to make it to the US to any kind of events? Rep festivals, maker fairs. I'm sure they have some in Australia. I did get to meet Maker's Muse when he came up. No chance, gotcha. If you ever do, let folks know. It'd be great to meet. I like meeting people in person. This is always great. I love chatting with folks online, in streams, in Discords. But it is great to kind of get to know somebody and put faces to names and all that sort of stuff. Get dinner, drinks. So we need to do the door handle next, which is always a little bit funky. I gotta figure out a way to get, I don't want to hammer it out. Break it loose. A little percussive persuasion, percussive maintenance. I don't have a hammer out here, oddly enough. Usually if I'm working on 3D printers and I have to break out the hammer, something's gone wrong. Australia is too small to do it population wise. What about maker fairs? Are there any maker fairs in Australia? I know they've spread to Europe, has some maker fairs. There was like Maker Faire New York and Maker Faire San Francisco in the US, and they got kind of put on hold during COVID. But they've kind of started to make a little bit more of a comeback. Mic check, check, check. Oh, we're at 3 hours, that's why. That mic, I think the battery, the mic receiver is a wireless receiver. I think the battery lasts for just about 3 hours. And I didn't have OBS in the forefront to see that my mic wasn't moving. That'd be an interesting like tool to have, something that would tell you when something like that happened as a live streamer. Maybe that's a decent use for AI. There's all this talk about using AI to replace people in all these complex systems. I'm like, can we just use it for simple stuff that makes sense for it first instead of trying to shove it in the back end of every single piece of technology and system that we have? Loud and clear, good. 5x5. Like I do software development, and we have several AI initiatives. Some good, some not so great from my perspective as a developer who has to design and maintain the systems. A lot of customers and companies just know they want AI. They don't really know what they want them. They want it to do. There's just, oh, we just need AI, cut costs. This might be me slightly letting my work leak into the stream a little bit. It's the rush to make money, yeah. Or claim to save it. It's cool, but it has good applications, and we're kind of skipping over it for so much. Loving the color combination, thank you. It's all Polymaker. I believe the gray is ASA and the green is, no, the green is ASA, like the pop green, I think, and the gray is just a plain gray, and then some of the accent pieces I've done in a Galaxy Black and Galaxy Gray. I haven't been super clean with how I've been getting this VHB tape applied. I was pretty particular and nice when I did it on the first two. I don't know, I kind of feel like a parent on their third kid where you're just like, oh, we did all that stuff for the first two, and now we're just like letting this one run ragged. My wife had to build an LLM from the ground up because garbage in equals garbage out, and people don't properly tell AI when it sucks. Yeah, there's a lot of hallucinations that can have. You get problems where you start seeding data and training LLMs and AIs on models generated by LLMs, and it just gets out of hand very, very quickly. How many V0s now? This would be the third. Third kid is a spare. Is there a term called loose kids in Australia? Because there's a clothing brand for fitness, and it's called Loose Kids. And I was asking people like, what the heck is a loose kid? And they were like, it's kind of just like the kids who just run around the neighborhood. I mean, it's probably not explaining it well, but I just was like kind of thrown by the term. Never heard of it. Interesting. It's LSKD. And they had a booth, and I saw them, and I was like, what the heck is LSKD? I've never heard of it. And the guy was just explaining it to me. Maybe he worked there or something, so he knew what like the inside joke was. We do have those kind of kids though, yeah. I mean, I kind of like the adage growing up, or thought of it as like it takes a village to raise a child, you know. Me and my friends ripped and ran around the neighborhood, and we were in a different cul-de-sac every day playing, you know, dodgeball, kickball, street hockey, and our parents kind of had phone trees set up to tell, you know, oh, Brian's over here right now and John's over at our house. But we weren't like delinquent for the most part. But I don't know, kids just seem like they're just in the house so much these days. playing their Fortnite. Like, I had video games, I grew up on video games, but I was out of the house for like, especially in the summer. We'd leave at like 8 a.m., go to the park or the pool, and just had to be home when streetlights came on. For the most part. I mean, it's mostly like stuff like playing flashlight tag at a school playground after dark, and technically the park closes at dusk, so we'd kind of get in trouble for that kind of stuff. Summer here is too hot for kids to be out in the street. 45°C in the day, gosh. You live in the future, and it's very, very hot in the future, apparently. That would be miserable. I'm trying to think. I was in Texas and it averaged 110 C while I was there. Or no, not 110 C, 110 Fahrenheit to C. So it was 43. So I've gotten that feeling. I don't have to live with it. I just visit it, and yeah, it was not comfortable. Where is the handle? And then we'll just have the top hat mostly. I know I have the handle printed. The top hat is a little bit of a annoying thing to build. It's just doing the same thing over and over and over again. Sandwich between the desert and the Indian Ocean. It's crazy hot and then crazy humid. Then rinse and repeat. Oh, handle's right here. It was covered up by the other camera. So we need magnets. We need to make sure they are the right polarity. So I usually just toss them on the door or the spot where they're going to go. And then dump a little dab of hot glue, not hot glue, CA glue. I find myself using the Starbond Thick a lot more often just because it doesn't run anywhere. It's obviously not good for getting into kind of smaller spots, but I feel like I can at least kind of control stuff. So just want to make sure as I take these off, I'm getting the polarity right. So I think it's having a hard time focusing through the door. And then I'm going to loosen these guys up so I can... Hey Chuggy, welcome to the stream. Chuggy was there for my FormBot build, the first one. And through a lot of the LDL build as well. On the FormBot build, they used to have a CHC V6 style Hotend, and it had a ceramic heater core. And when I was trying to hot tighten the nozzle on it, the wrench popped off and broke it. And Chuggy had that Hotend and donated it for the purpose of the stream. So big thanks to Truggy for that. It was like so long ago. It was probably over a year ago, wasn't it? I want it centered along this whole thing, so let's just try 3 inches above. Will that end up being about? No. Two and a half, 2 3/4. Is about 2 3/4. That's pretty close. Again, I'm not quite as particular as Steve. On some stuff. One of the things I've kind of learned to be close to as particular as Steve is that right? It is nice having other V0s around where I can go and just look and be like, did I do that right? No big deal at all. Love watching your builds and the themes you have. But are your belts text facing the same way? I can't see the text anywhere. Wait. Oh no, that belt's upside down. I did not do a good job. Got thrown in the trash. One of the belt texts is upside down. I didn't even notice it. Obviously, Truggy wasn't there for that stream to remind me. Okay. We got a VHB piece right here, VHB piece up there, which hopefully I have. Maybe I have. Did I speak too soon in saying I had all the pieces? Am I one short? I've got this one. I need to finish this first anyway, so. Time to get Steve. Steve would be very disappointed. I did make sure the text on the linear rail carriages were both face up. Hopefully Steve isn't lurking. That would have awoken him. I did completely redo the rails on one of my builds because of that. There are a lot of cool mods now. I think they're available for the V0, like, what is it, like Clicky Clack and Fridge Door, Doom Cube, Zero Panels, all those kind of things that I think have better mechanisms than this. But I know the Voron team is kind of going for readily available and fairly easy. It works as a door. There's one of my LEDs is blinking in the background. I think the battery is low. Oh, you've got a Salad Fork 180 from Fabrico. Is that one of their kind of hybrid LDO, or is it completely Fabrico Honey Badger branded? We need this guy to get VHB'd up. I have little pieces of VHB everywhere. I haven't cleaned up all that effectively. So what happens when I start going fast with stuff? I did not cut that well. Mini fridge door was great. Trident sags a little due to its size. Both are nice for when you need to work on it and pop it off. Not sure, honestly. They keep saying it's coming and you're getting antsy. Sounds like a Honey Badger kit with parts from LDO. That makes sense. I got a little sloppy with that. I think that's one good thing about Steve and why his build, one of the reasons his builds turn out well is he never seems to try to rush things. And when I rush things, that's when the little mistakes happen. And small little quality of things go down slightly. Like especially the custom stuff I'm kind of doing myself. I think I'm missing one stupid piece. I thought I had it, you guys. I thought I had printed every single panel piece I was needed. Let me do a floor check. Did it fall off the workbench? I'm not seeing it. Oh, there's one more box over here. Oh, so close. We almost had a stream without a missing print. We need the top left of the door printed out. I will see if that's something we can get done. I'm not too worried about it. I guess we can move on to the top hat. So this guy needs to go down out of the way. We need our 4. Top hat short extrusions. And 4 top hat long extrusions. Yeah, I just started preheating one of my other V0s, the LDO. But it's not loaded with the filament, so I'll have to do that. So we'll see if I can get it done before the end of the stream. These extrusions have gotten a little messy. Kind of sitting off to the side, collecting all the shavings and stuff. What do we need? Preloaded nuts. Thought I was done with that. The blind holes are only on the upright extrusions, I believe. Why are you not unloading filament? From the front to on the top. You have my hex panel over here, or hex tray. I think I might have been the first person to do it as a two-color print. My claim to fame. And it's for the exact same thing. Does kind of feel like the most assembly line part of the build. Do any of you guys use macros to check chamber temperature? Like, does your print start macro wait for a chamber preheat to heat soak, or do you just make sure you manually heat soak beforehand and then kind of come back to it and start the print manually? With the V0, it's not too much of a problem, I have found. Especially if I'm printing like a very small piece like that. I can usually kind of just send it. Usually by the time the bed is up to temperature, we're at about 35 degrees in the chamber. I like it to be at around 40. And we lost a nut. But I know you can put, like in a filament profile, an Orca slicer, you can put a chamber temp and then have that sent to your print start, and then if it's there, then you can have the print wait for that to heat up. I have a bunch of these screws out. I'm trying to use them. This screw. It's like one of the first bad screws I've come upon. Where's the other? Loose screws I have just hanging around. I always really want to see other people's configs. I feel like every time I look at somebody else's config and the way they set up their printer, I learn something. Andrew Ellis, for example, that is just not threaded. So that is not the right extrusion. Andrew Ellis has a lot of his macros, like he has a M140, what is it? M140, 140, 104. He has a replacement that it accounts for well, it doesn't make you wait for overshoots to stabilize. And a lot of print starts, if you have a heater that can kind of overshoot a little bit, it waits till it completely settles down. So if it overshoots by a degree and then undershoots and then stabilizes, it can take a while to start prints, and he's got like a little macro that doesn't require that, which is kind of nice. But I like it when people have their config set up in GitHub, and you can kind of just go in there and look at them. One guy has a GitHub repo that's like a better print start macro or something like that. I definitely took some inspiration from that. Bruno Silva was working on his stealth changer Scylla tonight in a live stream, and he was using the chamber temp patch from Orca in his print start. I have it kind of set up to do it, but I just haven't added it to any of my filaments. Again, all of my Vorons are V0, so unless I'm printing something that's gonna really risk curling up, like high infill, taking up a lot of the print volume, I usually don't have to worry about getting it too heated up. We're having the edge of a surface is kind of nice. I can imagine it's much more beneficial for a, a 250 by 250 cubed printer, where the heat soak is way more important. I got so much debris on this. It's kind of just a top hat. It doesn't need to be like perfectly square, but well, at least we don't have to worry about the nuts falling off on those two for a little while. Man, these extrusions just sitting off on the side of my workbench got so dirty. We built 2 of them, and then we pick one, and it is going to be the front. Where's my mouse cursor? I wish the design had taller corner extrusions instead of the Tophat. Never built the OG Tophat, but didn't like the latest version without bottom extrusion. It just felt flimsy. Yeah, I do think they worry about the weight a little bit. When I open up a printer, if the spool holder, or if I open up one of my V0s and I have the spool holder mounted kind of high and then flip the Tophat back, it can sometimes cause the printer to start to fall over a little bit. Did they say anything about using thread lock on these? No. So maybe they were worried a little bit about weight in regards of not putting that cross beam in there. I do know what you mean. They say to use the tool for the cam lock. I'm not too worried about that right now. In fact, it would be beneficial to just not have these in there for some parts of this build. And then we connect them up. Like this part, the 2 extrusions we put on just makes it kind of hard to balance them. We lost our nuts. And then on top and on the outside. This should really just be put together upside down, I feel like. Get in your hole. Oh. My hips are a little tight from standing up. We're going to try to keep things fairly square, but I'm not going to be as particular as when putting together the actual printer frame. Isn't right. If it wasn't 10 o'clock and we weren't so close, I would definitely take the time to clean off this surface. Why don't you start? Oh, you're sitting on something, aren't you? This really does not want to get started. The screw head. What in the world? I think the screw head's a little malformed. We're going to blame it on the screw head. Yeah, it's just a little, it doesn't have an actual nice hexagonal end to it. It's two bad screws. This one fits very nicely. Kind of strange. This one's actually tightening down now. We are getting close. All right, we have not right on one of them. I messed this one up. It needs to be rotated 90 degrees. It still rattles me to hear all the nuts rattling around every time I tilt any part of the frame. Shouldn't be a big problem with the main part of the printer anymore, but I will say that extrusions that support the no-drop nuts are very nice to have. So LDO-like extrusions, which the FormBot had. Oddly enough, the FormBot listing says it has maker beam extrusions, which it does not. Next step, we have two, and on the outside, two. I'm gonna have to do a nice cleaning job on this guy. All the dust and particulate I've let build up. Hopefully the last preloaded nuts on this whole printer. The top of the Tophat, top of the Tophat. Decent peel. Oh, I need to get that off the screen. Got 302 drops frames today. I'm not sure why. Maybe some internet struggles. Always like one side I have more trouble with than the other. Oh, you're right. It does say cast on there. I completely missed that. Can't recall who mentioned that. Oh, almost. Tiny little sprinkle of a wire in there. Okay. I should have 4 of these guys. Continuing with our M3x8s. It's kind of crazy. This little hooked ramrod is almost exactly 1.75 millimeters in diameter, and it came with my very first 3D printer, which was a Monoprice Maker Select Plus, and it's used to kind of help clear the filament path in the direct drive extruder, and I still have it. It's almost like 10 years old, and it still comes in handy for kind of doing exactly that, essentially. There's a company I saw on like Amazon or something that has like a 3D printed handle for something like this, and you can use it to clear jams. Yeah, essentially that with a screwdriver handle attached. I think they use it for cold pulls. We're so close to being done. I can print ABS on it and do some actual print tuning. Kind of not tightening these all the way. Ah, I pushed it out. Three down, one more to go. 2 in the box. Ready to go. We be fast and they be slow. Ten house points for anybody who knows where that quote is from. I'm assembling dining room suite before guests arrive for lunch. Cutting it close. As long as you get it together, I suppose. And no worries about being quiet. All of these are not the same. The front gets one, but the rear does not. So we got some more peeling to do. Oh, we still got to preload more nuts. I was wrong. Mic is still working? Yeah. My thumb fingernail's gone a little dull. Maybe I'll get a battery powered heat gun. I know Steve just got that DeWalt that he seems to like. I've got a lot of their batteries and stuff already. They do tend to be a little expensive. I do remember rather not finding this to be the most fun part of the build. It's so repetitive. A little bit of tedium sets in. Compared to a lot of other parts of the build, it's not that finicky or difficult. It's just not a sexy part of the build. Need the opposite side for this one. Voice might be going a little bit. And then we need two of these little tabby boys, one for each side. And I found myself just doing these like this. Sticking them on. That looks right. This is the front. Let's do the left. That kind of works well for aligning the screws. I didn't start the print. That one popped out. And then two more of these little boys. And I'm just going to slide the piece in afterwards, the acrylic in. I totally didn't forget to peel it and put it up here at all. This is completely on purpose. Like we're like speed running now. Impatient. If we hold it flat and pull straight up. Speed does seem to be somewhat of a factor. I have to spend some time aligning all these. I feel like it's a little hard to get them all perfect until they're kind of all on there. Side number 3. One more each of these. One and one of these. And then the hinges, which will go in the back. We're so close. I'm going to print an ABS Voron cube tonight with just the base Voron profile. I do kind of have some tuned V0.2 profiles based on my other two that I run both those printers pretty much off the same profile, just different max volumetric flow rates essentially. And then on the printers, they both obviously have their own resonance values. Too fast. Right. Just a few more pieces. I think I'm missing 2 more pieces. I don't think I printed enough of these things. I need 1 more of each. Jeez Louise. Maybe I'll print those on this printer. Generally, once I get a printer built, I try to print all the mods for that printer on that printer, assuming it's working. So I need those two, but these two will be the hinges. Okay, last little piece. Thanks, Chuggy, for hopping in the stream. Thanks again for the support. I'm sure I'll see you in some of Fedder's streams and hopefully back on some of mine. But have a good Sunday as well. Why you gotta go and do that? Come on. That's so much of this stuff to clean up after the stream. The last heel, I think. So since we're missing two pieces, we're not going to be able to secure it at the top there. So I need to preload screws for that piece, or nuts for that piece rather. It's somehow really satisfying plucking those. And then we need two pieces for the rear hinges. It seems silly to have you put those two pieces in. The two screws for the cam lock. They just kind of get in the way of the whole Tophat build. You just have to make sure you know where the front and the back are. And then put them in afterwards, it seems like. The outside of the hinge goes on the outside. Blah. And we're going to have to adjust this. Leave those a little loose. Keep grabbing nuts when I need a screw. So this is just going to be all a little pockety, the lack of a better term, until I get those last two pieces printed out. Technically, I can use two of these guys, which are, as I mentioned, they're not the right ones because they have the wrong bevel in them. I'll do that until that's probably what I did. I printed out extra of these, and they are not the ones with the flat top. Whoop, move the whole desk. Don't let me forget to replace these guys. Ask about it next time. If you're watching the stream, ask if I replaced. The FD parts. And at a glance, nobody would notice. But it's like, now that I know that the text on the belts is not the right way around, can't unsee it. Does anybody have anything on their build that's like no one else is ever going to notice it, but you know it's there and it kind of annoys you? Like a scratched aluminum profile or scratched panel. All right, we want these to be able to move a little bit. And down a little bit. Okay. What hardware do we need to attach the rear panel? 3x12s. I have some of those. Move you aside for a little bit. We've got our nice handles on here so we can move the printer around super easy. The front of the Tophat has the cam lock screws. Whoop. Lazy cams are preventing them from going down completely. Get that sitting pretty close to flush. And screw these guys in. This is the last little bit. See, almost 4.5 hours. I did not think that this much work would take this long. Oh, I missed the chat. My Cyborg V0.1 has a single black part in the gantry after last week when the Cyborg part exploded mid-print, scratching the panels. That is devastating. It works. I always have problems with the cams aligning well. I need to kind of loosen and tighten everything up and get everything perfectly aligned. I do want to make sure that this is tightened down all the way now. Can't remember if I had done it before. But voila. Yeah, it's just a little askew, so it doesn't close down quite as well as it needs to. I do like the lazy cam locks over the default ones, instead of having to use some weird tool, assuming they're the right length. You just pivot those down and it locks them in. They're not the right length right now, so I need to tighten these two back things. Tophat hinges. Oh, you're partially locked over here. What in the world? I honestly don't lock the Tophat all that often, or if I do lock it, I keep it locked and only have to unpivot it kind of when something goes wrong here. But we have a completed V0. I need to print that piece. The printer's preheated right now, but I didn't get it started because I kind of just wanted to keep going. What else did I say I wanted to do? I want to print another MF Nano with maybe some custom designs on it. In terms of other mods, maybe those LED skirts, the rainbow barf. That LED is going crazy behind me. I'm trying to think what else. Steve has these little reinforcement things. I want to put those on the back. They've got these like little keystone connectors on the back, or keystone-like connectors that just aren't supported very much. And he mentioned that if you're going to be pressing ports in and out of them, I need to get the Wi-Fi working. My top hat is secured with a spool of filament on the top. I just got my LDL V0 serialized, and that's like the last thing I did before I took the video was take a spool of filament off the top of it. So I feel you there. I need to go get the bed sheet because I was using that as a test for a mod I was doing. Be right back in 1 second. The one thing I've noted I really like is this bed sheet setup that they've got. So it is bigger and longer than a typical sheet. You can see it's not square, but it's got these slots on it, kind of like a Prusa bed sheet. And then they've got two little screws in the back that these align on, and you can just set it down super easy. So imagining when the bed is hot and you're removing it or putting the plate back on. With my other ones, I kind of have to try to shuffle and jog them square sometimes. So that's really, really nice. So what I did was take my other Kirigami bed from my FormBot and I made these little attachments on there, and now we can go back to the top. So these just kind of, I've got two different versions, some that can kind of sit free on top of the thermal fuse and some that can be indexed by the back of the bed. And then you screw it in. If you have an extra screw there, you can screw it in. Some beds have symmetrical holes. If not, you can drill and tap one. And then it's just got two screws on the back side. So you can essentially do the same thing. So I just like the indexing pins on the Prusa style printer, so I decided to mod mine up. The bed gets up to about 110. I think ASA and ABS should be good to hold up to that. They're not really taking much force, so I don't have to worry about them deflecting or anything, but should be fun. It works with regular beds too. Wi-Fi on the Catalyst is iffy. Not as bad as on the CB1, but the range is not so good. It's just that little USB dongle, right? But if I get a more standard V0 plate, you have to be a little bit more careful with the alignment, but it at least stops it in the rear so it doesn't go too far. And then you can also get some kind of indexing for the side if you wanted to kind of help it fall into place better. But I might actually buy a few more of these Fysetc plates that are slotted. I just like that. It's just a nice little peace of mind type thing. So this is for my FormBot kit, so I've got to get it completely rebuilt and put back in there to do a little bit more testing. But yeah, it's got a little bit of adjustment, so if your bed is kind of like slightly different, you can move the screws in and out and stuff like that. But fun little mod, just like 20 minutes in CAD. But I think we're pretty much done. I'm gonna get this guy plugged back in and turned back on and get it loaded up with the Polymaker filament that it was printed in so that we can print the couple of missing pieces. We need these two back pieces. We need this front piece on the door. I'm probably going to print a Voron cube tonight just to kind of get a look at the general quality and see what any kind of specific tuning I need to do. I did print a Voron cube in PLA. The night after the stream, I got it kind of configured and printing. It looks decent for a first print. White might not be the best to show up on camera. Cooling is okay. I've had worse. But yeah, like nothing's, like maybe a little bit of extrusion inconsistency in a couple of these spots. So definitely need to do pressure advance, probably retune the rotation distance and stuff like that. Just go through the whole Andrew Ellis and Orca Slicer suite of tuning. But the first layer turned out really, really well after I got it tuned in. So I did this one on stream, and it turns out the only problem was that I needed to clean the bed sheet. But once I cleaned the bed sheet, I got this first layer. So I just took a cube, squished it down to 0.2 millimeters and like 105 by 105. And pretty consistent extrusion. So maybe need to play with the pressure advance a little bit because I can see through it in a couple areas. But for the most part, extrudes pretty well and consistently. Can always reprint in PC if it becomes an issue, true, for the alignment boys. But yeah, I like that. There's a lot of mods that people do to other printers like the 2.4 and the Trident because they have more mounting spots, and it makes it a whole lot easier. But I didn't see very much for the V0 except for something that kind of goes on this corner. And I printed those out and put it on my FormBot before, and they started to droop a little bit. So when I would slide the bed plate on, it would droop away slightly and it wouldn't align well. So I will say it would help if I had mounted this like 2 millimeters this way so that the thermal fuse, it sits proud right here a little bit. So it makes it hard for this screw to be right up against the edge of the bed. But I want to try it out with the LDL bed as well, which has the polyamide thing on the back, and see if I can adjust it for that. So fun little mod. I'll upload it once I'm sure it's working. But yeah, I think we can say that this is a complete printer. I might do 1 or 2 other streams on it, putting in stuff like the MF Nano, some extra LEDs. If I do anything extra with this guy. The Irby filament runout sensor mod that I do, I will post updates. I don't think I'm going to use any of the stuff that kind of attaches this Bowden tube to this guy. I guess the worst case scenario is when it's back there. It doesn't seem to be hitting the top of the Tophat. So we got our LEDs shining. Let's put the bed sheet back on there. What did I do with it? I probably need to clean it again because I've got my greasy paws all over it. But yeah, Wi-Fi, probably some macros, get LED effects running on it so it can do some blingy bling stuff and blink in different states for like print finished and print stops. Oh, the diffusers I need to get printed out on the Prusa when I get a chance, but I'm pretty happy with this build. Of course, I made a few mistakes, and you guys were here to kind of help walk me through and get them fixed and see my whole process for how I make mistakes and then try to correct them. A couple of different mods on here, the lazy cams, the stealth handles, the rear panel hinged, rear panel, the orbiter, and I think that's about it. So overall, I've enjoyed the build experience. I will say that their documentation is kind of like a double-edged sword. It's there's some good stuff there. They've got a whole video building an older version of this, which applies to like 60% of it, but then you need to be kind of aware when it doesn't apply and make the kind of necessary changes. Hopefully this stream and some streams like Steve's streams will be good resources for everybody. There are some kind of finicky things with the catalyst board that people are running into. I was able to get it reflashed and updated to the newest clipper without too much of an issue. I will try to get a video out on that process. I don't expect it to be like a super popular video, but hopefully I can kind of post it on GitHub and the Discord, and people who have a problem can use it as a reference. And yeah, I can't think of anything else. What does this printer need? If you're watching now or watching in the VOD, let me know what you think is a kind of must-have mod for this, or any kind of changes that you recommend. Are you looking at this kit? Is it something on your list? Are you using this stream to help guide you through your build, and or are you I don't know, just let me know what you think about this build. Are you looking at a V0 kit? I know we had a couple people in chat saying that they were trying to decide between the kits, and I think between all three of them I've built so far, you can get a good working printer out of all of them. I got my first PIF parts for the FormBot kit, and then I printed all the parts for the LDO kit on that kit, and then I printed all the parts for this kit on the LDO kit. So obviously all three kits have produced working printers. They've got their different feature adds. This has got a really clean electronics bay, the skeletonized X gantry, some special stuff with the tool heads, and a couple nice features here and there. So it's going to be kind of like looking at the different features and deciding, I really like that, so I kind of want to buy that kit. Price wise, I think LDO is still kind of the highest. This might be in the middle, and the FormBot is probably going to come in at the lowest. So really it's a matter of kind of looking at people's build experiences, trying to figure out if one looks more appealing to you, and looking at the feature set and saying, I really like that, so I'm going to buy this kit. But yeah, Alex, it's pretty difficult. Like, even the Hotend, the FormBot now uses this exact same Hotend, so there's not even a big differentiator there. LDO does have a lot of feature adds like the Revo, the Voron Revo, the Polymide bed, the Pico Billicle. Their Kirigami kit is the most complete and has like Wagos and LEDs and all that kind of stuff. So I don't know, you got to kind of weigh and rank and order what is the most important for you, kind of like price, features, build quality. I will say that LDO does a really good job in terms of turning up for the community and working with the Voron team and, you know, Positron team, the Milo or the Millennium team and all that kind of stuff. So if you're looking to support a company, you know, you really like fanboying over a company, then that can help sway your decision as well. But yeah, I think I'm going to call it here. I'm going to get some prints kicked off on this guy, and I will keep you guys updated. I'll probably do at least one more stream kind of pulling everything together and going over some of the stuff, like how I ended up solving the Wi-Fi issue. But yeah, thank you, Alex, Down Under Maker, Truggy already left. Thanks for everybody who chatted. I need to double check who gave away memberships today. I want to give them a shout out. Alex, you gifted the memberships. Thank you. Sorry, I didn't remember that. But yeah, hopefully this at least provides you, Alex, with a whole lot of information about this kit. I don't suppose you would want to go back and rewatch all of my LDO or FormBot builds, but I do have reviews for both of those printers up. They're nice, long, detailed reviews. So you can kind of get a whole rundown of what my build experiences were compared to this guy. And then at some point I will do a video where I will kind of talk about all three in a little bit more detail. And then if I'm able to get my hands on the Cyborg kit, I think it makes sense to kind of do the same process, build it, print with it for a while, and then kind of talk about what the key differences are. So maybe with that, retrospectively, I can kind of give more insight once I've built with all three. I know that, you know, there's like CNC parts that you can get for this and CNC parts that you can get for the Cyborg kit, but I'll probably try to get my hands on just a regular kit with printed parts. Maybe I'll do a blinged out printer with some custom extrusion colors and stuff like that and really go fancy with the color scheme. But yes, really enjoyed this process. Thank you for everybody who's tuned in. Thank you for everybody who's commented on the videos. Again, in the beginning of the stream, I showed my V0 serial request, and I was really like taken aback by the number of people who recognized my name, recognized this build, and talked about how the build streams I've done have helped them, and the documentation I put out has helped them. So that's exactly what these streams are supposed to be, a place for me to kind of have fun, talk to you guys, and then hopefully it's a little bit of a bastion of information about mistakes that you don't want to make when you're building your printer. But you will rewatch them. They're good, kind of like, I think I watched Steve's built like 4 V0s on streams, and before I built my first V0, I think I watched at least 2 of those builds twice, like all the way through, trying to like remember all the things I wanted to know to not forget. So like it is really good for going into a build and having a good idea about what you're going to be doing, so you can solve problems that you saw that they already ran into, and if you run into your own that they didn't have, you'll be a little bit more educated. So, you know, I won't stop you from watching those streams back. So yeah, thanks again to everybody who's tuned in. Thanks for the gifted subs or the gifted memberships. Please, you know, if you want to leave a comment about some ideas that you have, given the fact that I don't stream on a regular basis, of what that membership can kind of entail in terms of like benefits and stuff like that, let me know if you have any ideas. Also, somebody brought up the ads in the stream. I have YouTube Premium, so I don't even think about that kind of stuff. So let me know if you got an abundance of ads while watching this during the live stream, and I can kind of work on tuning that in terms of having them off or reduced during the live stream, and then maybe turn them on for after they are a bot. So yes, I think I'm gonna call it there before I yammer on anymore. Thanks again, Alex and Down Under Maker and everybody else who were in the chat. If you have any more questions, please feel free to hit me up on Discord or leave comments. I will see you guys in the next stream. Peace. Peace.